Check-in, check-in, check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. The name is NJ2US Indigo Mike. The QTH here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins, check-ins, check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. The name is NJ2US Indigo Mike. The QTH here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, and we're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-in, check-in, check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, and we're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. I heard a station in there. Try it again slowly, phonetically, please. All right, nothing heard. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, looking for check-in. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins, check-ins, check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here, Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. Looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-in, check-in, check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. The name is Jim Juliet Indigo Mike, and the QTH here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-in, check-in, check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. I copy Kilo Delta 3 X-ray. Come on in, Barry. Roger that, Barry. Yeah, it's tough clarity today, but I've got you involved here. What's going on? Anything good? Over?
Just working from home today.
Come again with the very last of that, Barry. Over. Roger that. Who you going to see? Over.
It's a little
Roger that. I'm not familiar with them. What kind of music they play? Over. Roger, roger on that. Sounds like it's going to be a good time. Anyway, Barry, do you have anything else for me? Over. Roger that, Barry. Glad to hear you. Take care and enjoy your concert tonight. We're going to clear with Barry. He is in, let's see, over in Pennsylvania. Anyway, we're going to get some more check-ins. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call here, Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. The name's Jim Juliet Indigo Mike. The QTH is here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, and we're looking for check-in. All are welcome. Call now. check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. The name is NJ2US Indigo Mike. The QTH here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. Looking for check-in. All are welcome. Call now. Check-in to the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. The name is NJ2US Indigo Mike. The QTH here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. Looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-in. All are welcome. Call now. Check-in, check-in, check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. The name is Jim, Juliet Indigo Mike, and the QTH is here at Clay Mill in southern Ohio, near a small village called South Webster. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins, check-ins, check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. The name is Jim, Juliet Indigo Mike, and the QTH is here at the Clay Mill in southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. All now. Check-in, check-in, check-in for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in southern Ohio looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Okay, I'd like to say good day to everybody, and thanks for checking in. What I got this morning wasn't a very big crowd, but we certainly kept halfway busy. Now it's time to turn this net over to the next forward. Kilo 1 Foxtrot Radio Charlie. That's going to be Steve up there in Naugatuck, Connecticut. Steve, it's all yours. This is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. I will be clear and QRT. Test. 1, 2, test. 1, 2, testing. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, testing.
Uniform Sierra, ECARS. Listening for Steve, K1FRC, NJ2US. ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service here, temporarily filling in for Steve, net control. Very poor band conditions, and I think Steve has limited power. Anybody here would like to check in? Let's see if I can hear your call signs phonetically one time. Please, NJ2US ECARS.
Hello, Charlie. 8, Charlie, Oscar, India.
The Kilo Charlie 8, Charlie Oscar India. Hello, Ted. Stand by. And Joe, I also have you in there, KC1 Bravo Juliet Golf. So I just said, Steve, you're copying me. I got 2 check-ins here. I sent you a message on Slack. I didn't see you answer yet. Maybe you stepped out of the room. KC8COI, Ted, I'm just filling in there a second. Steve's having a little trouble getting out from where he is.
I just turned the radio on a little while ago, and the band conditions are in pretty rough shape. So, yeah, I thought you were as loud as I normally do, and I wasn't hearing anything when I first turned it on. So, I think the old man's son is playing with it. Anyway, I'll hand it back to you, KC8COI.
Yeah, the K index is 7. That's pretty dramatic. That's definitely a geomagnetic storm condition. And, yeah. In fact, all the tools are indicating that there is a severe storm in progress right now. That would explain that. All right, Ted. Well, thank you for being a lifetime member, of course, 8463. And I was just going about my business here, and I saw Steve had posted a message on our internal messaging system there, and he asked if anybody could copy him at all. So I suspected that he was having some troubles. I know that geomagnetically, the planet's been under a lot of stress here. We had an extremely high X-class flare last night that created a lot of aurora, and it's just wreaking havoc here on HF. Ted, any other traffic for today?
No, we might not be able to hear our normal folks, but we might be able to hear them from China today on 40 Jet. Have a good one, KC8COI.
Hey, you bet, Ted. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you again soon. Clear with KC8COI in Hinton, West Virginia. Next up, Joe, KC1BJG. You're a little late, but I think I'm going to be able to pull you through here. Go ahead. I sure can. I'm going to call it 4x4, 4x4, so quite readable, and as evidenced by, I didn't miss a syllable of that, but you are light and pretty close to that noise floor. How you doing, Joe? Joe, 73 to you. Thanks a lot for coming back. And so I got to get Steve. I don't know that. Steve's going to tune in the SDR to see what's going on here. So for those listening, if you want to hear what the band sounds like, it's pretty crappy. Listen to my live stream. Go to NJ2US.net. You can do that on any smartphone, any browser, any PC, desktop, or tablet. NJ2US.net. Real easy to get to, and you'll see the live stream there. You can either click on the YouTube live stream or the low latency live stream. YouTube's done a lot to improve their latency. They're down to just a few seconds. The low latency server is about a half a second latency, so it's pretty close to real time. Well, let's see if we can I'll wait for a comment from Steve here. If he's got the live stream up, and see if he can hear me on the live stream, and I sure hope he can. So running about 1,100 watts here, peak envelope power into a 600-foot horizontal loop. This is ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, November Juliet 2 Uniform Sierra, temporarily filling in for Steve, K1 Fox Radio Charlie. Any other check-ins?
And November 2, do Golf November.
Hello, Jerry, N2ZGN. I got you pretty good. You're Q5. Yeah, you're down to about 4 and 4, and just above the noise floor, so conditions are extremely poor. Although I don't really see a whole lot in terms of the X-ray class. I'm reading a Charlie level radiation, so it must be more of not so much the X-ray we're seeing, but the impact of the matter, the coronal mass ejection matter impacting the ionosphere, not so much the X-ray radiation, because the X-ray radiation arrives here in a matter of seconds or minutes. So anyway, Jerry, good to hear you. How's my signal to you? I'm assuming it's way down.
No, you're 5'9", and you are correct. The proton flux right now is 26,300. The electron flux is 40,400. That's much higher than what we normally have over there.
Yeah, man. Okay, that's pretty cool. Do you want to run the net?
I'm running it starting at 11, so I got a couple things we got to do beforehand.
Yeah, okay, no problem. I'm sitting here doing nothing. I'll take it up if I don't think Steve. I'm going to see if Steve can make a transmission. I'll see if I can hear Steve. I know I heard him in there. He was way down at the noise floor. I know he's running just 100 watts. Let's see here. I'm just telling him he's interested in what I'm using for the receiving antenna. I'm receiving everybody quite well on the ASI loop. That ASI loop is an active antenna. It sits 3 feet off the ground, and it really is remarkable. It's a lot stronger on the ASI loop than the 600-foot loop, which is up 65 feet. I know that blows people's minds, but that's just the nature of receiving. It's not about having a big antenna in the air. It's just having a low noise antenna. Jerry, take care. Have a great day, brother. Thank you for stopping in.
All right, Jeff. And by the way, this morning when Jim was on, I could hear on my 20-foot high antenna much better than I could on my 30-foot high antenna. So that was a little odd.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not about, signals when they arrive, they're coming from the sky or are leaving a low angle. They all end up at ground level. And when they arrive at ground level, you have a better opportunity to eliminate noise. Transmit's different. When you transmit, you got to have a high antenna to get that signal out. You got to lob that signal out from a higher altitude. All signals arriving eventually end up in your dirt, so you might as well try to capture them down there. They lose very little strength when coming down from 100 feet by the time it hits the dirt. It's pretty amazing. All right, Jerry, take care. N2ZGN, NJ2US. I heard your brother again he's a regular there on OMS. I've been showing up on OMS quite more frequently, and I see him there. But he's a big 17-meter guy. I usually see him down there. 73, Jerry, N2ZGN, NJ2US ECARS. And Steve's he's still active there. Let me see if I can copy you, Steve. Make a transmission, K1FRC, NJ2US.
Anyone available for a quick radio session for Echo Yankee?
W4 Echo Yankee, stand by just a second. You came on top of my net controller. This is ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Services. Stand by there. I get right back to you. Steve, you're just right at the noise floor with the 100 watts. The band's in very poor condition. Steve, over. Steve. Yeah, I'm just not hearing you at all. But I'll run it right up to 11 o'clock when Jerry will pick it up at 11 o'clock, if you don't mind, if that's okay. Over. I'm just going to type a reply on our back channel here. We use Slack for our internal back channel communications, our order wire, as we call that. Very good. All right, let me grab this other station, checking in there, try to get a signal report. I don't know if W4 Gary. I don't know. Do you understand that you've discovered ECARS? Over.
I apologize. I thought you were supposed to shut down. They're booking the radio for a transmission. I didn't know if it worked or not. It worked.
Yeah, no, we're going to try to run it. Just our previous net controller is having a little bit of a struggle. The band is under a heavy load of CME and a lot of degradation due to the solar conditions. But I have you about a 5x5, 55, Gary. What's the rig?
Roger, I'm here at the Icon 7.8.
All right, Gary, very good. Well, thanks for stopping by ECARS. We're here every day, by the way. Check in anytime. It's no membership required. We were always on 7255, and ECARS has been around since 1968. I don't know if you were familiar. You didn't mention. But we're always on 7255 from morning to afternoon, and our net controllers rotate hourly. 73, good luck with the radio. I got you fine up here. I'm not missing a syllable. It's 100% copy. W4 Echo Yankee in Pendleton, South Carolina, November Julia 2 uniforms here, filling in for Steve, K1 FRC. Any other check-in?
Whiskey 8, Romeo November Echo.
Wow, I can tell you, as my benchmark station there, Rick, you're hurting pretty bad today. How do I sound to you? W8RNE, NJ2US.
Yeah, that's the way it is, Jeff. You're running about a 5.7 right now. I'm still hearing you pretty good.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing is your signal's arriving at a very, very low angle. And the reason I know that is the beverage. When I switch to beverages, I barely hear you on the beverages facing other directions. I only hear you very good on the one facing west. And that normally indicates to me that there's very, very, very few signals arriving at a higher angle. You're coming in at a very low angle, which is where the beverages excel. So, yeah, you came up to a great Q5 on the west beverage, but on the south and east beverage, where I can normally hear you regardless, maybe down by 15 or 20 dB, but you're really 30, 40 dB down on the other beverages. Rick, anything going on?
Nope, nothing going on here. No snow. Temperatures in the upper 30s, low 40s, and that's pretty much it from me over here, Jeff. I just want to jump in and see if the connection was still good.
Yep, and you're solid no matter how bad the conditions. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to hear you, except in probably an R5 blackout. It would be a challenge, but then I'd probably only lose you for about a minute, Rick. 8320 lifetime member, East Lake, Ohio. Have a great day, Rick. I appreciate the check-in. W8RNE, November Julia 2 uniforms here. Filling in for Steve, K1 FRC. Not his fault, just very poor band conditions today. Steve, thank you for grabbing that shift. Don't worry about that. I really appreciate it. So just every now and again we get these crazy conditions. Let's see if we get a few more check-ins here before we turn this over to Jerry at the top of the hour. November Julia 2 uniform Sierra ECARS, any check-in?
November Charlie.
A little bit of a pile up there. It's okay. I heard one call. Kilo 8 Charlie Sierra Charlie. Stand by just a second, sir. Who are the other check-ins?
November Foxtrot.
All right, I got Kilo 2 Echo November Hotel. I also heard Juliet November Foxtrot. Who are the others?
Victor Echo 3 India Foxtrot.
All right, I got VE3 IFT Keith, I hear you, and K4 Echo Zulu Yankee Rocky, I have you. I'm still picking up a bunch. Anybody else want to try to get on this list? The mobile. What's your call sign, mobile? Okay, say it again. Whiskey 2 Yankee Mike, is that correct? Okay, Mark, Niagara Falls. Go ahead, Mobile. Mobile's good priority. W2YM, NJ2US. Go ahead.
He was booming. I can't believe the singer he was doing, but I'm over here in Amherst, New York, getting ready to head back to Niagara Falls, New York. So I thought I'd check in real quick.
Yeah, Mark, very good. I see you're familiar with ECARS. You've checked in. We last spoke back in 2023 in March. So my name is Jeff, Juliet Echo Foxtrot. My call November Juliet 2 uniforms here, and I'm just a temporary fill-in net control for Steve. K1FRC. The conditions are really poor today, but I'm actually hearing your mobile signal quite well, Mark. I'm going to call it 5x4, 54. Mark, how many?
Oh, you're going to be a good deal. Around 7, 9, 9. Yeah. So, good, yeah.
All right, Mark. Thanks a lot. Headed back to Niagara Falls. Appreciate you checking in. Is there anything else you need from us?
He must be running an act. He was booming it.
All right, well, let's see what we can do here. We'll take advantage of the conditions here, and that stand by. I have all the check-ins. But Juliet November Foxtrot, what's your full call?
Juliet November Foxtrot, and yes, I'm in Williamsville, so I'm pretty close to you. I thought you were. Okay, I'll let you go. You're darn fantastic. I don't know what you're running, but I'm just running this Kenwood TS48X doing about 190 watts into a Dario 75. Right, I'm underneath watch that remote, so but you're so close to me, that's probably the reason. Okay, you're starting to keep up the good work, Jeff. Thank you for taking my check-in. This is W2YM Mobile. I'll be listening.
All right, Mark. Hey, just quick, let me see if I can position both of you guys. Dave, where are you, and do you have a fix on where the mobile is? Are you guys literally that close? Mark, start with your exact position.
Right now, I'm on the 290. I'm going to be passing the 990 here, or is this 990 north? This is 290 westbound, and I'm passing the exit for 990 north.
Mark, where's that in reference to you?
That's me. I'm Mark.
I'm sorry. I meant to say Dave. Dave, where's that in reference to Mark?
West of me from your perspective.
I was curious about the estimated mileage. You say about 5 miles apart? Okay, very good. Well, that was a nice coincidence then, explaining the strong signals on, essentially a ground wave. All right, well, thank you very much, Mark. Safe travels to you. The mobile, if you heard him, was a W2 Yankee Mike, and he happened to be passing near the QTH of Dave, Kilo Alpha 2 Juliet November Foxtrot. Dave, while I got you, any traffic?
No, I just want to check out more. The only other question I had is, did you say that you were losing 75 feet?
Yeah, my transmit antenna is a 600-foot horizontal loop. It's shaped like a pentagon. It's suspended about, on average, 65 feet in the air. It's strung up in a bunch of real tall 90-foot New Jersey pine trees. But I'm on top of a cedar swamp here in the Pine Barrens of South Jersey. So, yes, 600-foot circumference pentagon loop is what I'm transmitting on. I'm receiving on an ASI loop, which is an active low-noise antenna that sits about 3 feet off the ground. You'll see the picture of that on my webpage, NJ2US.net, where we have the live streams for ECARS. NJ2US.net. Down the bottom of the page, you'll see a photograph of the antenna that I'm hearing you on. That's the receive antenna here for my station and all of the streaming stations on my webpage. There's an active splitter there that sends that signal out to many receivers. Dave, copy?
Roger. What's your call one more time? You need to...
Yeah, the call sign is NJ2US.net is the web page. The call, I'll say it phonetically, November Juliet 2 Uniform Sierra. So it's NJ2US.net if you want to see that web page with the streaming receivers and the picture of the antenna.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And if I didn't clarify, I'm in Cape May County, South Jersey. Cape May County, South Jersey, deep in the Pine Barrens. Sit about 12 miles off the Jersey shore. Thanks, Dave. In Buffalo, KA2, Juliet November Foxtrot. Let's go up to Kilo 8 Charlie Sierra. Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Jeff. This is Charlie down here in West Virginia. Yeah, pretty poor conditions today, but you're at 5-9. Nice signal in here this morning. 45 degrees here up on the mountain in West Virginia.
Yeah, sounded really good, Charlie. Again, signals are arriving here, very low angles. The loop is having, that 600-foot loop is having trouble hearing you, but on the beverage, you're 5.9 plus. So really remarkable how the beverages are performing today, picking up these low-angle received signals. But you sound good. 8528, got your membership number there from West Virginia. Charlie, have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. Clear with K8CSC. And Father Mike, you're down a little bit, but you're still 5'9", about 5 dB over S9. Kilo 2 Echo November Hotel, November Julia 2, uniforms here.
NJ2US.
Okay, Father Mike, great to hear you. Yeah, signal's way down. You know, normally you're screaming in here, but the band's in awful condition. A geomagnetic storm. We had a big X-class flare, almost a record setter. It was a level 5 X-class. We don't get them too often. So that was earlier in the day, but it's still impacting us with coronal mass ejection. Kind of cool stuff to understand what that's all about. But Mike, thank you very much. Have a great day. Appreciate you checking in. Lifetime member 21295. If you could hear Father Mike, he's in Arcade, New York. Next up is Victor Echo 3, India Foxtrot Tango. Keith, you sounded pretty good. Let's see what it's doing now.
I noticed it's pretty crazy. 5 and 9 up here. Pretty good overall. Sorry, huge headsets today. I'm trying to get it sorted out. It's not quite dialed in yet. 5 and 9, I can't hear Yankee Mike. I usually hear Mark every day. And R&E Rick, I don't hear him at all. And he's usually plenty over. So there's no question that CME is really making that back to you.
Yeah, sure is. You're way down, Keith. Absolutely. Band is very poor. Okay on both Mark and Rick. Yeah, they were both down to me as well. Rick, certainly, he's the one I would be able to measure against what I've heard in the past. And Mark, it had been some time since I worked Mark in the mobile, a couple of years, actually. So, Keith, great to hear you. It was 100% copy. Didn't miss a syllable. Any other traffic?
No, this is what I got in. The headset on here to reveal, and I'm just trying to file. I'm just trying to get it dialed in.
Are you? Is that a boom mic? Is there a microphone included on that?
The boom mic attachment is on it, and it's the IC element for the icon.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. It sounds really good. I don't know that I would recommend you change a thing, and you know what a critique I am of audio. And here's a snippet of it just to give you an idea.
It's the IC element for the icon.
I think you got that zeroed in pretty good, Keith. Yeah, right towards the end of that, your signal, QSB, right into the noise floor. But then I heard you say 73. You popped up really tight. And then I'm getting some splatter from, what's her name over on ECARS. Bless her little heart. She's a net controller there. She's got some challenges. And boy, her transmitter splatters like crazy. We've been dealing with that for what seems like years. So she's actually quite strong from ECARS up on 7258. 73 Keith, VE3 IFT, NJ2US. Let's go with Rocky, see how you sound. K4EZY, NJ2US.
Clear skies and really nice, comfortable fall day. Over.
Yeah, it's just a little overcast here, but other than that, a little chilly at 48 degrees. We had a chilly night. It went down to about 34 degrees here in South Jersey, and we could see the aurora last night from here, so that was kind of neat, but it was chilly to be standing outside looking at that, Rocky. 40173, lifetime member. Appreciate you stopping by. Anything else? Okay, very good, Rocky. Take care. Great to hear you as usual, and good luck spotting the aurora tonight. That far south should be pretty exciting for you. Actually, this solar cycle is the first time in my life I made the effort to actually look for the aurora, and I did spot it. I suspect many times in my life I had opportunities to look for it, but for whatever reason, just didn't have the incentive to go outside and look for it late at night. I guess I was working or sleeping. 73 Rocky, K4EZY, NJ2US. All right, that's it. I'm just filling in temporarily here. Picked up the net a little bit for Steve. Steve was challenged a little bit with his 100 watts in the poor conditions. But he is monitoring on Slack, and I'm sure he's listening on the live stream at NJ2US.net. But it is my pleasure to turn this thing over to Jerry, November 2, Zulu Golf November, who I heard quite well. Jerry, you ready to go?
I am ready to go. And by the way, if you didn't see Jim's pictures from this morning, quite nice.
I did see that. Very exciting. And I should post my picture. It's not as dramatic as his, so I feel kind of embarrassed. But it was a what we call a camera aurora, right? You couldn't really see it too much with the naked eye, but when you point the camera up and take a picture with the cell phone, the shutter speed's low enough to pick it up, or the capture that it probably exposed for a good 3 seconds. I had to hold real still. So that's how I picked it up. All right, Jerry, very cool stuff. Hey, that's the nature of amateur radio. Have a great day. I'm going to get out of here. Got some things to do. Appreciate you being there. N2ZGN, NJ2US out.
Roger, Jeff. We've got you as number one, and have a great day down there. N2ZGN, next control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. And the name here is Jerry Juliet, Echo Romeo, Romeo Yankee. I'm located 30 miles south of the Canadian border along the west side of Lake Champlain. And we are having some difficulties this morning with the band. And it looks like it's going to last for the next 48 hours. Okay, and this is a directed net. This time we're going to take a standby. Anybody has urgent traffic or a schedule to keep, call now. Okay, I'm hearing stuff in the background, but I know it's far, far off. Send to ZGN. Okay, this is directed net. We work from a list. Once I have a list, please do not barge in with a check-in. We'll just ignore it, and you'll have to come in again next call-up. Unless you have emergency traffic, then we'll go to you immediately. Also, if you have need to contact somebody, just say contact. We'll facilitate that as soon as possible. And if you hear somebody I don't, say relay with your call sign, and we'll get you right in for the relay. Okay, and when checking in, full call sign phonetics, standard phonetics, ITU, military, and one time only. Right now we're going to take a standby for mobile, portable, and QRP only. Come now. Anything there, so check-ins from any area. You do not need to be a member to check into this net.
Check 1 2.
Call now.
1 2. Hello. 1 2. Check.
Echo 2 Alpha X-Ray Juliet. Kilo Echo 2 Alpha X-Ray Juliet. Is that correct? Okay, anybody else for ECARS? Call now.
N1.
Okay, we got N4 JTJ. And we're going to start with these two. KE2AXJ. Bob, go ahead. Roger, Bob. We've got a little bit of activity starting to get up there now, but we've had a geomagnetic storm that started out as a 3 level, and it's now, or correction, a 4 level or higher. It's down to a 3 level. But if you go to the planetary numbers, they are very, very unhappy upstairs with proton and electron masses are bombarding the solar from the sun are bombarding our planet, and it's causing disruption of all frequencies. So we've got you. You're a little later than normal, and we did get you in the log. Clear with KE2AXJ, Bob, Northfield, New Jersey. And by the way, I couldn't even hear you on Jeff's receiver. So you're flying right over the top of him. And we're clear with Bob. Next up is N4 JTJ. JT, good morning. You have a great day. Take care. And you were about 5556. This is N2ZGN net control for ECARS. Clear with N4 JTJ. JT, he's in Appomattox, Virginia, and we've got him in the log. And we'll stand by for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Remember, if you're mobile, portable, or QRT, you can try today, but it's going to be a tough one. Go ahead now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for a check-in. Call now. This is N2 N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-ins. Call now. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Standing by for check-ins. November 2, Zulu, Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS. Call now. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. Call now. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. Call now. for check-in. Call now.
Charlie, Oscar.
This is EGN. I can hear some stations in the background. Let me try something here. Stand by. Okay, stations that just tried to check in the ECARS. Try again.
November 8th, Charlie, Oscar.
Roger, I have N8COO standby. The Kilo station, try again. Okay, the Kilo station, I'm not copying you, and even NJ2US. We'll try again a little later. N8COO, go ahead.
Your report is conditions, but I can't hear you. Probably about 5,000. I'm not going to hear your strongest at all.
Okay, very good. Martin, who gave me, and first time contact, but ECARS number comes up. And very good. What are you running for equipment? Over. November 8, Charlie, Oscar. What are you running for equipment? Over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're back. Yeah, I think faded out. Just running the Icon 7300 inshed, far inshed, 126 feet long, and it's up about 40 feet or thereabouts.
Okay, very good. Well, I had you at anywhere from a 5.3 up to a 5.6, and very good. And we've got you in the book and in the log, and also we're saving the record. You were first-time contact, so have a great day. Take care. And we too are running 7300, about 45 watts into a AL811, and running 500 550 out. And to ZGN Clear with N8COO, Martin, Alexandria, Ohio, and we are standing by for additional check-ins. Over. Kilowatt Zulu 4 Whiskey Uniform. That's first time contact. Go ahead, over. Very good. Well, let me see here. First thing is first time contact. What's your preferred first name? Over. Okay, very good. We got you out of Hopewell, Virginia. And you're doing good. You're 5.5 to 5.6 on the ground. Over. an antenna are you running? Okay, very good. You might, have you got a unum in there? Roger, I say, do you have a Balun or unum in there? Very good. Well, you came up to a 5. So very good. Have a great day. Good luck on that. And like I say, you can check in ECARS anytime you want. You don't need to be a member. But if you'd like to find out more, go to ECARS7255.com, and that's our homepage, and it's a wealth of info. Over. November 2, Zulu Golf, November, clear with KZ4 Whiskey Uniform at Vic, Hopewell, Virginia, and we are standing by for additional check-ins. Call now. K3 Papa Golf, good morning. Propagation is not good. It seems to be getting a little bit better, but we'll find that out here in a bit. Okay, stand by one here. I got a little computer glitch I got to solve. Very good, Paul, and very good, very good. Yeah, you're not your normal self this morning. You're only about a 5'4". Normally, you're right up around 5'9", over. day and take care. This is N2ZGN, clear with K3PJ, Paul, Centerville, Maryland, one of our net controllers. And we are looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. Station calling, repeat. And now we're getting some splatter from 5-8. This is N2ZGN, looking for additional check-ins for ECARS. Anyone can check into this net? Please call now. Net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. All are welcome, over. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. Call now. Control 3 cars. Looking for check-in. Call now. Control 3 cars, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. N2ZGN, net control 4 ECARS, looking for check-in. Call now. 2ZGN, control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-in. All are welcome, over. November 4, Delta Romeo. Let me get this in. And a booming signal up here in the Peru, New York. And first time contact. What's your preferred first name? Over. Roger, and I see you're from Rockville, Maryland, correct? Roger, very good. When are you running for equipment? Over. Okay, very good. Well, you are right around a 5.8 up here right now, and that's one of the better signals I've heard today outside of NJ2US. Over. Class flare last night or early morning, and it's got the band topsy-turvy. The proton flux is 23,300 right now. The electron flux is 448,000. Solar wind is 560.7 kph per second. Over. And the expectation is this is going to go on for another 48 hours. So take care, have a great day, and join us again. And 2ZGN clear within for DR at Mark, Rockville, Maryland. And we're looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now.
Whiskey 1, Quebec,
Hotel
Charlie.
K1, tea with honey.
Okay, Whiskey 1, Quebec, Charlie. Another first time. And what's your first name? Over.
My name is Wayne. Whiskey Alpha Yankee November Echo. USL.
Roger, and I see Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Roger, Roger.
Okay, very good. I've had some out that way, but not that far into Wisconsin. So, very good. What are you running for equipment? Over.
I am running a NJ2US EBX 101D into an Amplify LK500DV, which is a dual 3500Z amplifier. It's putting on about 1,500 watts PEP into an inverted V at 48 speeds. QSL?
Roger, very good. Well, this is and you're 5'9" here, by the way. This is a 7300, about 45 watts out into an AL811, running 550 out. Over.
Very good. Well, you're hitting F7 on my meter here. Doing a great job. Thank you very much for picking me up. W1QC.
Roger. Have Have a great day, Wayne. Take care. Clear with W12C, Wayne, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And this is ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for additional check-ins. Call now.
N1ARO.
And we have N1ARO. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. Just heard your voice here and thought I'd say hello to everybody. Got about 32 degrees, George, mid-coast in the state of Maine.
Okay, stand by one. Okay, here. Another one that's first time contacting. You go by George. I see Hancock, Maine.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, very good. Why are you running for equipment, George?
Well, I've got a Yaesu FTDX 101D, ILPR 40 mic, an AL82 amplifier, about 900 watts right now, and my antenna again.
Okay, very good. You're putting good signal in, and where is Hancock in reference to the capital?
Well, do you know where Bar Harbor is? I'm about 10 miles away.
Okay, very good. Very good. And you're 5'8" to 5'9" here. And let me see. You're coming up at 258 miles. You're my closest so far, over.
Yeah, roger that. Got a new HF auto yesterday, so boy, I'm liking that. Don't they work good?
Yeah, Roger. This, like I say, 811 is one of the older versions. It has the old open frame relay. Much prefer that to the new style. And it feeds into a AT1000 Pro 2 auto tuner, LDG. Feeds one of three antennas. I have a ATV6 vertical, and I have two the 80 to 6 meter off-center feds that are crossed at almost 90 degrees, and so I can switch back and forth, over.
Yeah, roger that. Yeah, this is my only HF antenna per se. Then I've got a Mosley Pro 57B on a 60-foot crank up. Use that on 20 meters long, 10, and then a IMAX 2000 I use on 10 meters all the time. This AL82 amp I had to put a week ago. I shorted a tube. It's got 3-500, so I put a new pair of matched pentas in it, and that works very well.
Yeah, Roger. I'm on the secondary antenna, which looks up your way a little bit better, and I got you from 5'8" up to a 5'9", so very good. And this is still using the 811A, and they're from Penta also. I've got another set in reserve, and these have been in for at least a year, over.
Yeah, roger that. Yep, now they work well then. Well, thanks for taking my call, and 73 to anyone listening, and you have a great day. Thanks for doing what you do.
Hi, Roger, George. You have a great day also. This is N2ZGN Clear with N1ARO, George, in Hancock, Maine, and we're looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Come now.
A 1 Tango Whiskey Hotel.
Okay, I got K3AC, I got T with Honey, the WB2 station. Give me your call again. Very good. Okay, that was Whiskey Bravo 2 Lima Kilo Oscar, is that correct? Okay, stand by one here. Okay, Mike, very good. Yeah, the band conditions are very poor today, over. Okay, Mike, we've got you in the book. You take care and have a great day. Clear with WB2KL or LKO, Mike, Marlton, New Jersey. Next up, K1 or K3AC. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jerry. Now I think it's still morning. But anyway, this is K3AC. Bob here in Yardley, Bucks County, Pennsylvania. We have cloudy skies and kind of a breezy 46 degrees. Only got up to 53. It was very windy here yesterday. I don't know. I don't see the leaves blowing, so I think the wind has died down. But anyway, you are coming in here a good S9. Solid. So, there's some very strong geomagnetic solar storms going on. There was the aurora last night, visible even from down here. You guys probably could see it quite well up where you're at. And I didn't go out, but apparently people who shot it with their cell phone got very good pictures from it. And the weather gal said, you could see it, but when you took just two exposure pictures with the cell phone, it really came out well when she showed it. I was like, reddish and greenish bands across the sky there. So, that's the good news. The bad news is that it's negatively affecting HF radio communications. But, I'll subside. I think it's going to be mainly today and tomorrow. Okay, thanks for picking me up. And I heard you running your cross center fed dipoles there. Okay, that's interesting. They're definitely working for you. And the Emerge 1811H. We're on the non-G2 here with Mercury Lux to a 40-meter double bazooka at about 45 feet. Back to you, N2ZGN from K3AC.
Roger, Bob. My amp's only the 811. It's not the 8s. I got the 3 tubes, not the 4. The off-center fed dipoles are fed one at a time, but I can switch between them, and which helps out. And very good. You're 5'9" also, by the way. N2ZGN clear with K3AC, Bob, Yardley, PA. And next up is going to be K1 Tea with Honey. Morning, Tom.
Good morning, Jerry. I had to turn the sweep tubes on just to be heard, and I can't really say that you're going to hear me very well. You've been up and down and up and down. So just get my ECARS 1556 in the log. That's probably the best we can hope to do today, Jerry. N2ZGN, where there is K1 TWH, where there is overcast. Over?
Well, Tom, I don't want to burst your bubble, but you came in starting at 5'5" and went up to 5'9" with those sweet tubes, so very good. Heard you, no problem, and the other stations have been up and down too, quite wildly at times. So take care, have a great day, and we'll catch you later. Clear with K1 TWH, Tom, Middleborough, Mass, and we've got him in the book, and we'll take a standby for additional check-ins for ECARS. East Coast Amateur Radio Service, call now. We got K3JTA. There was another station in there. Try again. I heard something, but apparently not. Good morning, Tim. Go ahead. Hey, good morning. About 9 minutes, but you are number lucky 13, over. Very good, Tim. Well, I've had, at least 4 or 5 new stations, so that's a record for me. And you have a great day down there. You're a good 5-9 up here, so maybe the band is starting to heal. Anyhow, send to ZGN, Clearwood K3JTA, Tim, York, PA, and we will look for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Got about 8 minutes to go here. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. Call now. We have Kilo Delta 3 X-ray. There was another station. Try again. Okay, I got a Kilo Charlie 1 Golf. I believe it was. Give me the rest of the call. The Kilo Charlie station, give me your call again, slower and twice, over. Okay, was that Kilo Charlie 1 Uniform Tango Echo?
Roger.
Okay, Kilo Charlie 1 Uniform Tango Echo. You're very weak. I'm going to let you go first. Go ahead, over. Kilo Charlie 1 Uniform Tango Echo. Rick, go ahead. Working?
I can try relay 83X.
Go ahead.
Kilo Charlie 1 Uniform Tango Echo, do you copy? Kilo Delta 3 X-ray, relay for net.
All right, I wasn't hearing him too bad, but apparently he's gone now.
Yeah, Roger, we'll come back to him after if he comes back here. Okay, KD3X, go ahead, Barry.
All right, Jerry, good morning to you. Hope all's going well. I didn't even look at the temperature today, but it's still chilly out there from last night. Man, it was brutal standing out there trying to catch the last glimpses of the aurora. But it was cool to see it at any situation, as it always is. Working from home today. 30857 on the Lake Roster. Go ahead.
Roger, Barry. We're up to 38, and as usual, when we have an aurora that we can see as far down south as New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and beyond, we got clouds, so we couldn't see it. So have a great day. Send to ZGN, clear with KD3X, Barry, Lindell, PA, and we're going to stand by, see if we can pick up Kilo Charlie 1, Uniform Tango Echo.
I'm here, Kilo Charlie 1, Uniform Tango Echo. I had a phone call. Let me take it.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
No, just checking in. Wanted to say hi to everyone that's been out here a while, and just watching the snow guys up here. A little breezy, about 31 degrees, and maybe I'll get studio one tonight. It's snow.
Yeah, Roger, very good, Rick. You came up a little bit that time, up above the noise level, so we got most of that. Yeah, we had cloud cover last night, so we couldn't see it. But you have a great day. Take care. Clear with KC1 UTE. It's Rick Thompson, Maine, and we are looking for additional check-ins. We got 3 minutes left. Call now.
November 1, Yankee, India, Victor.
November 1, Yankee, India, Victor. Okay, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully you still copy. I just had a phone call and sometimes it cuts me off. I'm doing remote. I'm in Old Orchard Beach, Maine. How copy, over?
When I turned to my antenna that favors Maine, you came right up from the noise level to 5.7, over.
Okay, very good, very good. Thanks for picking me up, and I didn't catch your call, over.
The call here is November 2, Zulu Golf, November, and that time you were 5.9, so band is shifting around, over.
Yeah, it's been pretty wacky. I know last night the aurora, I was talking to him in Connecticut, and the phone vibrations were like really wobbly. I guess it's a G3 storm, I guess. That's pretty, I guess the next one above that, the G4, which would be pretty much wipe us out.
Roger. Whistler, please stand by. Very good, Greg. Well, I noticed this morning when K1MQ was on, the broadcast station came on, wiped everything out, and you could hear Aurora phase interference with them. It would be wobbly and it would be kind of Mickey Mouse-ish at times. So very good. You have a great day. Take care. And to ZGN, clear with N1YIV, Greg, Old Orchard Beach, Maine, and he's remoting today. And we've got him in the book. And let's see, is my release in here? Send to ZGN. WA2DVU, Bill, you copy?
WA2DVU, Bill, are you in there? K3AC. I don't hear him, Jerry.
I just Slack message here, so we'll see. Senators EGN, we'll stand by for another round of check-ins, see if he may be just running a bit late too today. Senators EGN, standing by for additional check-ins, over. TWH, you still there, Tom? EGN, standing by for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. WB2, let me get this. WA2, DBU, Bill, are you around? Wow, we are dead in the water here. We're down to 4 blips on the screen, and that's it. Senators EGN, do we have another net control that can pick up the 12 to 1 shift? Looking for any net control, ECARS net control, pick up the shift from 12 to 1, over. EGN, we have any standby one? Okay, Jeff, let me know when you're ready to go there. Senators EGN, looking for additional check-ins for ECARS. check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, back on the normal antenna. Looking for additional check-ins. Anybody, anywhere, over. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Over. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. Call now.
November 3, Papa Alpha Tango.
November 3, Papa Alpha Tango. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Heard your call a few times there, not getting anything back. Figured I'd check in, see how propagation's doing, and see where I'm reaching out to. I'm hearing you about a 5-5 into Papa Alpha, about 35 miles northwest of Philadelphia.
Roger, very good. You go by Tim?
Yeah, QSL, Tim.
Okay, I see your Harleysville, PA. Very good. Well, we're upstate New York, as far as you can get without going across the border. And through New York, we're 30 miles south of the border with Canada, over.
Yeah, QSL, know the area well, and you're picking up there. I'm not going to take initials or improving, but I'll get you between 5.7 and 5.9 now.
Yeah, Roger, you picked up also. Maybe the band's coming back to life. It was right down to nothing.
Yeah, my scope is pretty empty right now. Looking across, scanning the bands in between meetings at work right now. Just staying close to it, seeing, checking out PSK recorder and seeing what's going on up there right now. Do you want to get any pictures or any good video of the Aurora from last night? Sorry, just doing the same tonight.
Unfortunately, we had clouds last night. Anytime we get a good aurora or chance, we always have clouds, over.
Yeah, QSL, that's the thing, man. We're close enough to the eastern seaboard right here as rockets launch from Wallops Island down to Virginia. They're supposed to cruise right up the East Coast and overhead. And every time I'm out there 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning trying to catch an actual glimpse of it for decades, and every night clouds blow in or they scrub the launch on a beautiful night, and then they launch when it's cloudy up here. So we always tend to lose it. I saw a little bit of it last night. It was pretty clear skies last night. We had a system blow through and clear out in time, but today completely overcast. So hoping this breaks.
Yeah, basically that's what we cast in 38. Curry. You had a frog there. Very good. Have a great day, and we'll be listening for you. You can check in any anytime. And if you're not familiar with ECARS, just go to ECARS7255.com, and that'll be our homepage. It's a wealth of knowledge, over.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm looking forward to checking it out. I just wrote that down. Easy, frequency right there. See, it's ECARS, and I'll check that out later today. Thanks for the info.
Roger. N2ZGN, clear with N3PAT, Tim, Harleysville, PA. And we are looking for additional check-ins.
NJ2US.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I think now, instead of morning when we first spoke, over.
Yeah. Listen, the day marches on. I always tease Bill about his. He just doesn't carry slack around on his phone. He doesn't have a loaded his app, and when he gets caught behind the 8 ball when he's working, he has really no way of letting the net know that he's not going to make it. And I keep teasing him about he's got to jump into the 21st century here.
Yeah, I've got a few friends like that. So, 17 check-ins. The closest was 173 miles. The furthest is out in your old stomping grounds when you were flying, and that's Oshkosh.
You had a check-in from Oshkosh? Wow. What was the call?
Let me see here. Let me bring that back up. Okay. Whiskey 1, Quebec Charlie.
Oh, Wayne from Oshkosh. He wasn't operating remote?
I didn't say remote.
Yeah, not on my log. How about that? Okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah. Go out there. Well, I've missed it the past 2 years. The timing just hasn't been right 2 years in a row, but I'm sure I'll be out there again soon.
Roger. Have a good afternoon. I got to eat and then run into town. So maybe we'll hear you on the mobile.
Give it a try. Your signal came way up. Signals are much improved here just based on what I'm listening now. All right. Well, 73, Jerry. Take care. N2ZGN, NJ2US.
N2ZGN, 73.
All righty. This is the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. ECARS, November Juliet 2 uniform Sierra. My name is Jeff, Juliet Echo Foxtrot. I'm in Cape May County, South Jersey. ECARS number is 2055. And if you can hear my signal, this is about 1150 watts peak envelope power, and the transmit antenna is a 600-foot horizontal loop. Shaped like a pentagon. It's strung up there horizontally about 65 feet. And feed that with open wire feed line, comes down into the shack to a 4-to-1 Ballon, and then into the back of the KPA 1500 LDMOS amplifier. Rigs a Apache Lab 7000 running Theta software. Receive antennas an Aziloop, which is a very cool low to the ground, active, very low noise antenna. It sits about 3.5 feet off the ground. You can see a picture of that antenna on my webpage, NJ2US.net, which, by the way, is where all the streaming receivers for ECARS are. And if you hear yourself on the streaming receiver, you're being heard by that low noise antenna that's just barely off the ground, sitting in the floor of the Belle Plaine State Forest here in the backyard of NJ2US. Any mobiles? Listen for mobiles. Any mobiles? How about mobiles? Mobiles only for ECARS, November Juliet 2 uniforms here. K2ZVL. How are you, Van? Yeah, sun's coming out here. It's chilly. Well, not really. It's up to 54 degrees, but there's a biting breeze, and that makes it feel a little cooler than it really is. But the sun has come out, and we have bright sunny skies here in South Jersey. So safe travels, man. All right. right. Thank you, Van. He's a lifetime member, 20547. Any other mobiles? Any relays? Check-ins, anybody anywhere, no membership required. ECARS is a fraternal organization of over 2,000 members. You can become a member by going to our webpage, ECARS7255.com. Every single nickel that comes into ECARS goes to our grants and scholarships program. Listen for check-ins now. Your full call sign phonetically. Just say it one time, please. NJ2US for ECARS.
November 2, Hotel Yankee Golf.
Kilowatt 3, Alpha Charlie.
All right, got you, Bob and Paul. Stand by. Were there any others?
Victor Alpha 3, Juliet Bravo Uniform.
Hey, good afternoon. James, you sound really good here. Stand by just a minute. Listening for any other check-in? All right, November 2, Hotel Yankee Golf. Nice strong signal. How are you today, Paul?
We're doing good, Jeff. We're doing good. As best as we can hobble down the road. But yeah, in fact, we're not in the mobile this time. We're at the shack. Yeah, good to hear you. The ticket to ride is $210.40, 21040. Lifetime member, and always good to hear you. It's a little strange today. We have that CME that getting in the way a little bit. But tonight they say should be a pretty good night to see the Aurora Borealis. Back to you, my friend. November Juliet 2 US and 2 HY and G.
Paul, very good. Wow, 5.9 plus signal from Tom's River. Really blasting in here this afternoon, and looking forward to trying to take a peek at the Aurora again. I worked last night at the armed security at the FAA Technical Center down here in Atlantic City. I'm sure you know where it is. And we had a small contingent of armed officers on duty last night. The place is pretty quiet in the middle of the night when none of the employees are there. I mean, there's thousands of employees there, but at night it empties out, just essential employees and that sort of thing. And we were all admiring the Aurora, which was just faintly visible in the naked eye. But when we held our cameras up, our cell phone cameras, which are capable of long duration exposures, it just really brought out the rich colors. It was a lot of fun to look at, and we're expecting to see something again tonight. So we'll see. Hey, Paul, I think the last time you spoke, I think you had retired from or hadn't done much work with Ocean County Communications. Have you been in there, or is that part of your history?
Well, that's part of the history, but we're good friends with the sheriff. In fact, we saw him last week. He says come on down to Miller and see if there's any changes. But yeah, I said, and I told him, I said, if there's any volunteer stuff, keep me in mind. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, Sheriff Mastronardi is he's, to me, at least to me, when he was chief here in for Tom's River, my office was 2 doors away from his for over 20 years. So yeah, it was. We have a good rapport. But to me, he's one of the good guys, and to HYG.
Well, he sure is, Paul, and he's certainly part of a very long-lasting legacy there through that era. I remember when I went to the police academy, the Burlington County Police Academy back in 1977. We had a couple guys from then, of course, Tom's River was called Dover Township, and I remember they were a unique agency because they carried .45 caliber semi-automatic handguns, and the rest of us were spinning wheels with 6 shots and Smith and Wessons, and those guys were slinging 45 cal. I've met Chief/Sheriff Meshinotti many times at various events and things like that, and sure is a great guy. And let me see now. I mean, he's got to be working on 40 years there, Paul.
Easily. I would say easily. If not, he's coming up to it. But yeah, he still looks good. he's definitely still looks good. But yeah, one of these days I gotta get down to the EOC over at Miller and see if they changed anything. But yeah, that was that. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed what I did over there as well as here in Toms River. The reason why I hesitate with the Toms River because I want to call it Dover. It's been so many years that it was Dover, but. In fact, they didn't even change it when we wound up getting the new command post. It was always Dover Unit 1. So Dover Unit 1 was our command post. So yeah, even if once they changed over to Toms River, it was still Dover Unit 1.
Oh yeah, I kind of remember that. I mean, I was on the job from let's see. 77 to 2007, so that was my 30 years. And of course, when I was on the job, I was 24 years as our emergency management director and brigantine. So I got to really rub elbows with everybody up and down the Jersey Shore, and certainly my ties with a couple of guys. And I don't remember their name. I got to look their names up. They've probably long since gone. I'm sure they're long since gone and retired. I hope they're still alive. I know I lost a couple of guys from my police academy class. A couple of guys that died along the way. But very good. No, I remember coming up there, and of course, I have flown my airplane into Miller Airport many times. My Mooney. In fact, I used to visit the avionics shop there till they screwed up an attitude indicator of mine and tried to. It's a long story, and I'm not begrudging them. It's just the problem with that is I don't take my business back there, right? I can't risk them making another mistake, and I'm not trying to place blame, but there was a nice avionics shop there. I doubt it's there today. Forget what it was called. Then of course I installed some of our Mutualink interoperability equipment there in the EOC. Wow, 15 years ago. So I'm sure it's long gone. And also in the comm center, and also the command vehicle, which I would be surprised if they're using the same vehicle. Probably they've updated, or maybe it's the same one still sitting in the parking lot. What do they got now?
They changed over. We used to the brand new vehicle, which I was the first one to drive it. That was a 45-foot motorhome it was brand new that we converted over. And then after I retired, they wound up getting a smaller unit. But it's strictly a small command post. And it's both Toms River and Ocean County. They have basically the same type of equipment. But I'm not sure exactly what Toms River has right now as far as, I think it's a GMC, like a square body type. A lot smaller than what we had before, and 2 HYG.
Very interesting. Okay, Paul. Well, listen, thanks for the refresh of all the information. And, we've chatted before about it and our common ties to the area and your association with communications up in Dover Township / Ocean County / Toms River. I always enjoyed that, visiting that area. Nice bustling business community up through that corridor there, and also the source of a lot of traffic on the Garden State Parkway when you hit it at the wrong time. 73, Paul. You take care. Hope to hear you again soon. Don't be a stranger. Let me see. We last chatted. It was all the way back in January of this year was the last time you and I caught up with each other, so I hope it's not that long. Take care. N2HYG, Paul's up in Toms River, New Jersey, formerly known as Dover Township in Ocean County, kind of midway up the state here from Cape May. All right, Bob, K3AC, NJ2US, you're nice and strong today. How may?
Yeah, very good, Jeff. NJ2US from K3AC. Well, both you and Paul are coming in here well. You're going between an S7 and an S9 plus a little bit with the crazy QSB and the solar flares and the geomagnetic storms and all the wacky things with Aurora Borealis. Yeah, that's what they showed on TV last night. The weather gal, actually, she will broadcast photos that viewers send in, and she was mentioning exactly what you said, that you can see it with the naked eye, but when you take a time exposure with your cell phone, you can see it much better. And it did look very impressive there with the red and green light. Anyway, wonder what you thought of Monday night's Eagles game. That had to be the worst case of time mismanagement by an NFL coach in history. I couldn't believe what Sirianni did there. Threw on fourth down instead of running it to run the clock out. And Green Bay nearly was able to tie it up there with a long field goal. Thank heavens the kicker missed it. But, wow, that was really bad there. Very tight game, very low scoring, and Eagles really pulled it out of their rear end there. NJ2US from K3AC.
Yeah, Bob, I agree 100%. I think we all gasped at that fourth down call. We gasped. I can't think of another word. It was just truly unbelievable. I don't know what he was thinking, or somebody else was planting his bug in his ear, or, maybe it was just tossing caution to the wind and saying, hey, man, let's end this thing, he saw how Hurts was connecting with Devontae there, and I guess he figured, let's pull another one of them off. And they were probably really feeling it, and they probably pressured him, saying, "Come on, they're not expecting us to throw it, right?" I mean, I'm sure that's what the theory was. They're not expecting us to throw it, so let's try it. But it did work out. The only saving grace about the whole thing, Bob, of course, the Eagles are still at the top of the NFC, which I'm thankful for. And, look, they haven't been playing extremely well this year. But then again, Bob, neither has anybody else, right?
Yeah, Roger. Well, Green Bay, they had a tie game. They were with 5-2-1. We were 6-2. So, yeah, there are some teams that are playing well. I really don't follow anybody other than the Eagles. So, yeah, we're 7-2 and leading the NFC East, and hopefully we'll continue. I think this Sunday we play Detroit, and I don't know how the Lions are doing. Any given Sunday, any NFL team can win. So, yeah, Jalen Hurts has been doing pretty well. He had that long touchdown pass. That was the only touchdown we had, and the kicker's doing pretty well. So, we'll hopefully, and Saquon Barkley, not doing as well as you did last year. They're double and triple teaming him, and they're limiting him. He's not breaking it away for some big runs like he did last year, but hopefully that'll change. Anyway, Jeff, we'll let you continue on there, and thanks for covering for Bill. Yeah, I understand. I spoke to him a few days ago. He told me what he was doing there with his business, working for the mobile home park, or drilling cable underneath cable, and whatever had to be done there. So I guess he's finishing up with his projects before the winter hits. Okay, we'll let you continue on, and thanks for picking me up. We're ECARS number 3660. And we probably have similar weather here, Jeff. It's cloudy, 46 degrees. The wind has died down. I don't see the leaves blowing. Man, it was windy yesterday. So you have a great day, and we can use you and a few other law enforcement people down there at Philly International. I think they said they canceled about 43 or 45 flights. And there's a lot of angry people down there. Hopefully they're not armed. NJ2US from K3AC.
Oh, I'm sure they're, it's it's tough. It's tough to try to carry a gun in an airport if you intend on getting on an airplane. It's not an easy trick. But yeah, I totally understand how upset people are. And, I if there's anything that comes out of this, my hope is that, we as voters and constituents, when we're vetting candidates, I think it's the number one question. Going forward, what's going to be your attitude when it's time for budget reconciliation and continuing resolutions? Are you going to put us through this pain again, or are you going to promise that no, we'll get through continuing resolution? We're not going to repeat this debacle that we had. So I'm hoping, the hope for me anyway, is that this debacle, which was the worst in history, sets an example as to how not to do it in the future. It's probably wishful thinking on my part, Bob, but I think as voters, it should come up in every debate, every time we have an ability to question, how are you going to vote in the future when you're confronted, regardless of your political party? How are you going to vote when it comes time to reconcile the budget and you need to continue with a resolution? Are you going to, are you going to use it as, I think it's a legit question, don't you?
Yeah, Roger. My concern, having spent over 35 years in the healthcare field, is what all these millions of people are going to do that will not be able to afford their healthcare insurance. And they interviewed a few people who were on this Obamacare, and their premiums, they were already notified. Their premiums are going up triple and quadruple. One poor woman, I think her family, she was paying $900 a month, and she said now she just got her new bill. It'll be $4,500. So a lot of people are going to be going without medical insurance, and I can tell you, I probably don't have to tell you, I was hospitalized a couple times this past year, and my total insurance bill came to over $200,000 for the whole year, including the hospitalizations. I had to pay about $2,000 for the whole thing because I'm on Medicare and I have coverage. But these young people, young families, they're going to get wiped out, and it's really a shame. So I agree with you. I know how I'll be voting, and hopefully we can get all this straightened out. 73 there, Jeff. Have a great day. NJ2US from K3AC.
Yeah, I totally understand, Bob. Yeah, coming from the medical profession, and I knew you had that your own personal experience with the system, so I'm so glad it worked out for you. And yeah, I've been lucky too and blessed, and with insurance, but I certainly know a lot of my friends and young families, it's a struggle, and I don't know where we're going to go, but I think it's fair to say that whatever this stipend is, Bob, it ain't going to cover it. It's not going to cover it. So Obamacare is going to fail on its own face with or without this stipend. If the stipend's going to do anything, maybe it's going to just push off the, inevitably this system's going to fail, and I don't know where we're going. It could be. I think we're whistling past a graveyard on this thing. I really do, but I don't think this stipend is going to solve the problem. It really won't, and I think it's foolish to think that it will. That this healthcare scenario we have in this country, that stipend is just not going to cut it. So they got to start thinking ahead about how they're going to solve this problem, because you're right. What's going to happen is, the reality is, people are not going to pay their health insurance premiums, and they're going to turn to their local emergency department for any medical care they need, right? They're just going to walk into any emergency department and say, hey, I'm sick, my kid's sick, take care of him. And that emergency department dutifully will provide the service. So, boy, what a crazy situation we're in. It makes you a little nervous, and quite frankly, if it doesn't make your stomach feel a little bit upset and not paying attention, to be honest, because it's going to get ugly before it gets better. Take care, Bob. Appreciate your perspective. It's very important, because I know what you've been through, and glad we could chat about it a little bit here. We'll stick to sports on the next go around in QSO. Seems to be more fun and less consequential talking about baseball and football. 73 Bob. K3AC, he's a lifetime member, 3660. I got one more on this list. It's James up in Ontario, VA3 Julia Bravo uniform. How's the health care up in Canada there, James? Don't answer that.
I don't pay anything, so
Canadians are coming down here, Jeff.
The government looks after.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that $4,500, that seems kind of heavy, really.
Well, there's no question about it. And, you hear these anecdotal stories, James, and, they are what they are. I don't know how we're going to have that. But look, that's why we have elected politicians. And but quite frankly, none of them are smart enough to figure this out. And I don't know that anybody is. So, at the end of the day, what's going to happen is, as taxpayers, we're all going to take the hit. I mean, the cost is going to be spread amongst people who are earning money, or, it's going to certainly come out of my paycheck, and I'm going to pay it in taxes because I'm still a contributor. And although I do collect Social Security, I still am a salaried employee and I pay my share. I still pay Social Security tax on Social Security that I'm already collecting. So, it's just going to cost everybody more money. I think the trick is you're going to have to spread it around, right? They're just going to have to spread it around so it's not so bad for individuals. It's going to hurt everybody. But, James, in any event, back to amateur radio. Good 5.9 signal for you. How's the band look like up there?
Yeah, 5.9, kind of in and out a little bit. I got some winds up here right now. It kind of caused me a little bit of trouble. But it's going to get some light rain in the next half hour. So high of about 55 degrees. And as I say, overcast.
All right, great. Well, we was overcast here in the morning, and now I'm just looking out outside. I was looking at the sun earlier, but now I see a thin overcast. Sun's a little blocked, but it's breezy. And I'm seeing gusts up to no more than 10 or 15 miles an hour compared to yesterday where we had gusts to 30. And the temperature is 53 degrees Fahrenheit. James, take care. 73 Dunnville, Ontario with a beautiful signal. Appreciate it. Have a great day. We'll listen for you again. We last chatted back in September on the 20th. Have a great day. VE3, Victor Alpha 3, Julia Bravo uniform. This is the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Remember, Julia 2 uniform here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'd like to pause for mobiles, please. Any mobiles? We always give priority to the mobiles on ECARS. Any mobiles?
November 2, Zulu Golf. November Mobile.
There he is. Jerry, that was just for you. N2ZGN. Come on in. You sound good. You're about 5 and 5.
Roger, Jeff. You're up again. And we're just coming into Blacksburg now. 37 degrees. Light rain and overcast. Over.
Yeah, good copy. Didn't miss a syllable. Sounded good. Safe travels, and we'll talk to you again soon. Let you get your eyes back on the road. Jerry, of course, is one of our fellow net controllers. He's a lifetime member, 20993 of ECARS. Jerry, got anything to pass?
Have a great afternoon, and thanks for taking that on there, Jeff.
My pleasure. Glad I could help, Jerry. In the mobile, N2ZGN, NJ2US. Any other mobiles? Any relays? Take another list of check-ins. Filling in today for Bill, WA2DVU. For those of you that don't know, Bill's my neighbor. We're good buddies. He's 12 miles down the road, but by today's standard, that's a neighbor by any standard. And I've known Bill for quite some time, and coincidentally, we're both ECARS net controllers. Bill couldn't make a shift today, so I'm filling in for him. That was WA2DVU. Hopefully he'll be back soon and everything's okay. Well, look for check-ins. Anybody, anywhere, full call signs phonetically, please, for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call November Julia 2 uniforms here.
Yeah, Whiskey 2, Hotel Delta India, remote. W2 Hotel Delta India.
All right, W2 Hotel Delta India. I have you, sir. Stand by. Anybody else?
Kilo Bravo 2, Romeo Hotel November.
Yeah, stand by, Jim. Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether what I hear, the voice I hear, might be programming from Radio National China or China Radio International or China National Radio, whatever they are, CNR, CNI, whatever it is. hear them, but I may have also heard another check-in. So I do have Arnie HDI and Jim RHN. Stand by, you guys. Let me listen once again. Was there another check-in?
Kilowatt 4 Charlie Papa Uniform.
All right, Tim, I got you in there. Boy, you're light today. Not surprising. You know the conditions. K3JTA, and I also have Lou on the list there, Kilo 4 Charlie Papa uniform. All right, fellas, I'm going to keep the list short due to the conditions. First up, Arnie, great to hear you, our world traveler on the road, of course. And let me see if I heard you last. You were headed to London. Where are you in the world today, Arnie? W2HDI, NJ2US.
Well, hi, Jeff. Well, you have a good memory. We headed to London on October 18th, arrived London October 19th, immediately hopped a train to Paris, and we've been in France since the 19th of October, and today is our last day in France. We've spent the last 3 weeks here in the south of France. Right now I'm located about 10 miles west of Nice, France, in Antibes, a place we've been coming to this time of year for about 9-10 years. Excuse me. And of course, it's stick season in Vermont, snow on the ground, and we're heading back to snow on Sunday. We fly tomorrow back to London, spend a few days in London, going to see some theater, and then fly back to New York on Sunday, drive to Vermont on Monday. Just wanted to say hello. You have a beautiful booming signal into Stowe, Vermont. W2HDI remote.
Arnie, your remote station sounds really remarkable, and it's really a marvel to have you check in like you do as you travel around and enjoy as many things that life has to offer, and also enjoy your hobby in the way that you do. You're kind of a regular check-in here. Also proud to have you as a lifetime member of ECARS 20259, and did a little research on you. Congratulations on your life achievements and the contributions you've made to the community you're associated with. Everything to be proud of, and I'm so happy for you that you're living that dream and getting to see the homeland and spending your time with friends abroad. And I like to live my life vicariously through you, Arnie. So safe travels to you, my brother.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and maybe this is our last time in France. I just celebrated my 80th birthday, Jeff, so my wife and I are beginning to think that we're in good shape, but traveling gets tough. But we'll hopefully still come back to Europe once a year. We shall see. We take it every day at a time, but so far we're fortunate. We've had wonderful doctors, and first in New York and now in Boston. So it takes a lot of work and a good physical therapist too. 73, and thanks for the nice comments. W2HDI.
Oh, my pleasure, Arnie. You take care. Safe travels to you as you journey back home stateside, and hopefully we'll hear you checking in from Stowe. And I just hope by the time you're traveling that the airlines, I think international flights are pretty much moving pretty good. There hasn't been much discussion about interruption to international travel, so I don't know. But I'm sure you got an eye on it, and hopefully things will go well for you. Unless I don't know, Arnie, are you flying commercially, or do you have another method?
No, British Airways, we use the Chase British Airways credit card a lot, Jeff, on miles. And one of the reasons we go through London and New York is that there's a flight every hour. So if we get delayed, we're not too worried about it. But I think the international flights have been mostly okay. But, we don't work. So if we get delayed in London, that's, we'll have to bear that burden.
Totally understand, Arnie. All right. Well, thanks for the info. Very interesting. I'm sure it's interesting to anybody listening. And again, safe journeys, flying the international and hopefully friendly skies. W2HDI, Arnie, presently in the south of France. 20259, lifetime memories, operating remote his transmitters in Stowe, Vermont. And here's my brother, my neighbor, my brother. How you doing, Jim? KB2RHN, NJ2US.
Hey, Jeff. Jim here in Egg Harbor City, KB2RHN 20989. Everything's going good. Jeff, hanging in there. Hope everything's going good with you. Heard from our buddy, Derek there. He said he's going to be on the air within the next week, but we shall see about that. Other than that, everything's going good up here, Jeff. Back to you.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear from him. I hope he does get back on the air. And I understand he's had a busy life and things going on, and happens to everybody. So, but hopefully your news will be good news, and we'll get to hear him back on. Jim, always a pleasure, and have a great day. And you stopped in just the right amount of times. I don't feel like you're being too much of a stranger, so appreciate that. And I see you chiming in there on the social media.
Yeah, I'm in and out of there every now and then, Jeff. But yeah, I'd like to see him get back on the air. We'll see.
All right, Jim, you take care. Great to hear you, my brother, and you be good out there. We'll look for you again soon. KB2RHN, Egg Harbor City, New Jersey, is another neighbor, lifetime member 20989. And moving on down the list, just two more to go for this list. Very poor conditions, although I got to tell you, the conditions seem to have improved over the last hour. Next up, Lou, K4 Charlie Papa uniform. Let's see what your signal sounds like. So one more call for Lou. Maybe he moved on. Kilo 4 Charlie Papa uniform, NJ2US ECARS. All right, Tim, let's give it a try. It was really rough, but you know what the conditions are. But it was a struggle. But let me make sure I get all my wire pointed your direction to York. K3JTA, NJ2US. I'm going to go out on a limb, because here's what I do. If I miss syllables, you'd be right about 3-3. But since I heard every syllable, I'm calling it 4x4. Tim, go ahead. Wonderful sentiments, Tim. Thank you very much. And, of course, still remembering our veterans after yesterday's celebration of Veterans Day, and rightfully so. Mom's doing okay. She's resting comfortably. And Tracy is spending time with some of her she was able to get out of work because her boy needed her to do some babysitting of two of the grandchildren. So she hopped in the car and head up to, let's see, where is she? I think right now she's at the Christiana Mall in Delaware, not far from Wilmington, Delaware, in that area. That's where her kids live with their children. So that's where she is today. She's been checking in hourly, and so everybody's fine, Tim. Thank you very much for being in there. Your signal's quite readable, and I'm glad you were picking yourself up on the SDR. And, yeah, I would imagine you hear me 5.9 plus on the SDR, Tim. Over. All right, Tim, take care. Tim's a lifetime member, occasional net controller. We appreciate everything he contributes to ECARS. He's member 30764 from York, Pennsylvania. He used to fly in there all the time. Tim and I used to talk about the little restaurant there that I think has since been closed. It was called Wilbur's at that York airport. Fun little airport to fly into. Sits next to a ridge. Always a fun but slightly challenging approach to the York airport. K3JTA NJ2US clears the list. A few more minutes to go here. I don't think I have a controller at 1 p.m. I have a message from Steve, K1 Fox Radio Charlie, saying he's not going to be able to make his spot here at 1300. I'll see how I feel at 1300. It's not like I don't have a few things I got to get done today. So we'll just we'll follow this along and see how it goes over the next 9 minutes. That leads me to being able to take some more check-ins. Anybody, anywhere, your full call sign phonetically, say it one time. For the East Coast Amateur Radio Service, call November Juliet 2, Uniform Sierra.
Kilo
Kiowa Charlie 1 Micro Romeo.
Norway 1 X-ray Yankee.
Whiskey Alpha 1 Quebec Zulu X-ray.
All right, I heard KC1MR, followed by November 1 X-ray Yankee. I heard, I think that may have been Gordon Hotel X-ray Foxtrot, I'm pretty sure. And Dan, I got you, WA1 QZX, stand by. Am I missing anybody? Anybody else want to try to get on this list?
Kiowa 4 Charlie Papa Uniform 18. I thought it was going to be in and out real quick.
Okay, let me grab Lewis. He was on the previous list, but probably got called away. So let me get you, Lou. K4 CPU, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, buddy. Just fighting through the noise. I turned on the digital noise filter, and I can actually hear you now, barely, but you're there. You're about a 5.5 here in Edwards, Pennsylvania. The ECARS number is 40208. 40208 lifetime. Nice to hear everybody. Terrible conditions, but you guys take care. Do the best you can. K4 CPU, back to net.
All right, Lewis, I got you great on. The beverage antennas are working exceptionally well today, and so is the low noise antenna. Not so much the big loop. That 600-foot loop is not hearing a lot at all, which is really quite amazing. But it's a super performer as a transmitter. But when you compare it against these long wire antennas like beverages and active antennas, there's no comparison. This is what you sound like here, about
40208 lifetime.
That is certainly a very exceptional signal from Edwards, Pennsylvania. 40208 lifetime member. Lewis, have a great day.
Jeff, you too, buddy. K4 CPU, back to net.
All righty, KC1MR. Hello, Ray. Thanks for your patience. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. And, I'm running 800 watts. The band is in, I guess, okay, but not great shape. Earlier, you couldn't hear anyone. Anyone was not on the band, that's for sure. So how you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing great, Ray. Thanks. And yeah, it was really poor conditions just over an hour ago. I stopped in and it was a mess, but it is slightly improved now, but certainly not where we like to see 40 meters. 1811 lifetime member. And you sound good, though. I mean, despite the conditions, you're still managing 10 to 15 dB over S9 here, Ray, over.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, you're 10 over 9. And, I was up on 20 meters, and that is DEAD as a stone. So you take care, something great, and have a good day.
Hey, Ray, B-Town Ray, Roger here, over.
Please say hello to Roger.
Say that again.
How you doing, Ray?
I'm doing fine. Is this my friend?
It's 30 degrees here with the wind chill today, over.
Oh, the wind chill is in good shape, Casey. Who's this?
Hey, I can hardly hear the net control, over.
Oh, I hear him fine. But anyway, you take care, and I'll talk to you next time when we have good conditions. Go ahead.
Okay, Ray. Have a good day. N1XY, over.
Okay, very good. You take care, Roger. My pleasure.
Okay, fellas. Thank you very good. Ray, thank you for checking in. And Roger, you're up next, so we'll see if you copy me yet. I'm running legal limit up your way, so if you can't hear me, it's not for me, not for lack of trying on my part with a big antenna and legal limit. So best I can do. All the best to Ray, KC1MR. He's near Boston if you heard him. And Roger's in Nashua, New Hampshire. Let's see what this path looks like. N1XY, NJ2US. Go ahead, Roger.
Roger? Can you hear Jeff?
No, I can't hear the net control. He's very, very light now, over.
Yeah, okay, very good. Jeff, I'm afraid he can't hear you, which amazes me. But anyway, back to you, Roger. Now, Jeff, can you hear Roger?
I hear him quite well. He's Q5 copy, but I have spectacular receive capability here at NJ2US. Nobody would ever accuse me of being an alligator station. I hear him quite well. He makes one more transmission. I'm going to record it and play it back just to show you the disparate conditions between him hearing me and me hearing him. Have him make another transmission, Ray.
Yes, Roger, make another transmission to Jeff. Go ahead.
N1XY, Roger here, New Hampshire.
very good. And just to show you how disparate it can be with conditions and station conditions, this is what Roger sounds like here at NJ2US.
Roger here in Nashville, New Hampshire. We got 40 degrees.
Yeah, he's quite readable, doggone near Q5 copy, not missing a syllable. Roger 73, thanks for checking in.
He said 7th to you, Roger, and I'm going to go that way. Back to you, Roger, and 7th place to you, Jeff.
All right, fellas. Thank you very much. 73 Roger, 73 Ray, M1XY with KC1MR in a relay under really extremely poor conditions. Brings me to my next check-in. I think it might be Victor Echo 3 Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot.
Yes, Jeff, good afternoon to you and to everybody on frequency. It is Gordon Bracebridge. You're absolutely right. It's 35 degrees with about 4 inches of wet snow, and you sound great. 10 to 50 over 9. You and Ray are two of the strongest signals I've heard, and really glad to hear you back in the air because I understand you had a lightning strike over the summer.
I did, Gordon. It was a particularly nasty strike. Lost a lot of equipment, and most of it associated with things connected to my network. Very strong surge came in over the cable modem network, and anything it was plugged into blew the Ethernet ports out of virtually all the devices, and it caused the Xfinity Comcast modem virtually exploded. I have pictures of it. I should put it on my QRZ page. So it was a big strike here in my neighborhood. And in fact, many people in my small community here, we're a little Pinelands town, population 2,000. It was the topic of discussion at a council meeting because many people here lost televisions and computers and networks and thermostats and really anything attached to long wires received the bulk of that impulse from a 3-pronged strike. All within a quarter mile of the center of town here, really did a number. So it took me about 30 days to get things back online, but we're 100% covered. And a plug for the ARRL insurance. I do this just because I was so pleased with how well they responded to my claims, Gordon. The ARRL insurance, the claim was actually handled through the Hanover Insurance Company, and they were incredibly responsive, always checking in, helping me out with, they covered everything, including the shipping that was necessary to send things to and from manufacturers for repair. They covered every penny, and even covered the deductible for me. It didn't cost me a penny. So it was cheap insurance, and it paid off very well, Gordon. I can't plug it enough. Anybody, if you got equipment, you say, it's money. I get it. But let me tell you something. I think the premiums are $1.14 for each $100 worth of valued equipment, and it's a stated value policy. If you tell them you have a box that costs $3,000 and you lose it, and you valued it at $3,000, you will get $3,000. It's a tremendous policy, Gordon. Over.
Okay, well, very good there, Jeff. Well, I'm glad everything came out for you financially okay, and I have the ARRL insurance. It's very good, and you sound great, excellent audio. I don't know if you're still running the NN 7000 or not, but you certainly sound very, very nice here. Don't want to hold it. I know conditions are a little bit challenging, but I really enjoy listening to 7255, which I've listened to since the 70s, actually. 73 Jeff, NJ2US of E3HXF.
Oh, those feelings are really mutual, Gordon. I discovered ECARS as a novice back in 1971 and listened and said, I kind of like this net stuff. This is kind of fascinating to me. I wasn't fascinated by DX so much, but just the discipline of a net was something that just attracted to me when I was 12 years old. And then by December, I got my general class license for the sole purpose of just not being able to wait to check into ECARS back in 1971 in December, and been kind of hanging with it ever since. Certainly in between took time off for raising a family, working a career and stuff like that, but I just can't get it out of my system, Gordon. So thank you very much, and glad you got coverage. By the way, just a reminder, always review what you value your equipment at. Don't short yourself. Price in there what you think it would cost to ship that gear for repair and get it back, because they'll pay it. Whatever the value you state, that's what they'll give you. So, and it's very, very affordable. I just know people tend to say, oh, I need to save $1 here. So you cheat yourself on the value, your stated value, and you're just hurting yourself. Calculate what it would cost to replace that unit and what it would cost to ship yours for repair and the return shipping, and they'll cover it. It's just really a fantastic policy. 73 Gordon, VE3HXF, good 5.9 plus signal from Ontario. Break with Gordon. Let's go say hello to Dan, who also has a nice signal from the Commonwealth. WA1QZX, NJ2US. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, Jeff, how you doing? NJ2US, this is WA1QZX. I'm actually operating remote, connected to my station in Charlestown, Rhode Island, running 100 watts, receiving you on a loop on the ground antenna, which is working quite well. Just hanging out here listening to ECARS this morning while I do some paperwork. So I've enjoyed listening, and I thought I'd pop in here and say hi. So hope you're doing well. Jeff, good to hear you. NJ2US, this is WA1QZX.
You bet, Dan. Hey, that remote station sounds very good. The audio is just primo. Very, very nice sounding station operating remote. Thank you for being a lifetime member, 10320. And the station is in Charleston, Rhode Island. Very, very nice indeed. And Dan, I don't know if I told you last time we worked, but I don't know. I think it was I want to say 20 meters, and I heard you working somebody on 20 meters. It's always kind of neat when you have your regular buddies on 40 meters, and you're up on the higher frequencies, and you hear your buddies working stations. It was kind of neat. Sometime in the past 2 or 3 months, Dan. Hey, have a great day.
Okay, Jeff. Have a great day. Yeah, sometimes I'll hear a friend on the higher band. It's always interesting. It's a small world. Okay, 7-3. This is WA1QZX, clear and listening.
All right, Dan. It is a small world in amateur radio. It really is. I kind of like that. It's quite a brotherhood and sisterhood. It's a lot of fun. Take care, Dan. WA1QZX. If you heard him at his stations in Charleston, Rhode Island, that does clear the list, and it is after 1300 hours Eastern time. And do I have a net controller? I don't think I do, but if anybody wants to volunteer to run it for the next 25 minutes or so, this net has a hard stop at 13:29 and 59 seconds. For those of you that may or may not want to volunteer to run it, any net controllers on frequency? We'll take another list of check-ins, though. Anybody, anywhere for ECARS, your full call signs, November, Julia 2, Uniform Sierra. Two stations. I heard Foxtrot Sierra. Let me just grab these one at a time because the conditions are very challenging today. Foxtrot Sierra, full call. Hello, Ken. Great to hear you. Not as good as I normally do, but not your problem, not my fault either. It's just very, very poor band conditions. Still recovering from a coronal mass ejection and an X-ray class flare that happened, and it's causing a roar in the evenings. Great for people to look at, but really wreaking havoc here on HF, Ken. 4882, and I have you about 4 and 4 by 4, Ken. Go ahead.
Jeff, I appreciate that. We're running 10 watts, 10 watts, from an ICOM 703. Regarding your comments about the flare and the X-ray detection, I saw the news that there was visible northern lights on the Outer Banks of North Carolina last night. Give us up.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think the general feeling is there might get a repeat performance tonight for those interested in that. One of the cool things, and I don't want to sound repetitive because most guys know this, but even if you stare at the northern sky you may not see something with the naked eye the further south you are, but if you take your cell phone out and just have it try to take a picture, it'll probably do a long exposure, 2-3 seconds maybe. You got to keep still. But I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at what that photograph will reveal with just a little bit of a time exposure. I was able to capture it from on the grounds of the Federal Aviation Administration's Technical Center adjacent to the Atlantic City Airport up in Atlantic County, and captured a couple very good signals. It was barely visible to the naked eye, but we had some cloud cover too, so that was challenging. Ken, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. And I did want to play back your QRP signal at 10 watts. It's sounding quite nice here. So this is what it sounds like here at NJ2US.
Regarding your comments about the flare and the X-ray detection.
That's a very acceptable signal, Ken. Over.
Thanks very much for the comments on the signal, Jeff. Best wishes to you, everybody on ECARS, and you're coming in here 5-9 into Western PA. Best wishes, guys. November 3, Alpha, Foxtrot, Sierra.
All right, coming in from New Kensington in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He's an ECARS member, 4882. Thank you, Ken. Have a great day. There was another station checking in, so let me listen again for check-ins. Full call signs phonetically. November Juliet 2 uniforms here.
Kilo Bravo 8, uniform.
Kilo Bravo 8, Kilo Mike Charlie.
November 2, Lima, Quebec Hotel.
All right, so we have a few stations here. I'm not going to drag this list down. I'm going to work with what I heard, and we'll put together the call signs. So I did hear Gary, KB8, Uniform Golf Papa, standby. I also heard you, Mike, KB8, Kilo Mike Charlie. I also heard you, Terry, N2LQH in Tabernacle, and there was also a Whiskey 2 and possibly a Whiskey 3 on top of each other. So, fellas, hold on, just stand by, especially the Whiskey 2 and the Whiskey 3. I'm going to work what I have, and then we'll work on getting the rest of you in here. I'm not going to grow this list any longer than what it is. KB3, Uniform Golf Papa. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, he got my caller. KB8UGP here, Gary, down here in wild, wonderful West Virginia. Man, conditions are bad, Jeff. Had a hard time there copying there a little bit there, but everything's fine down here. I did see the aurora there last night there. I was out there at 1 o'clock this morning looking at it, and it was a kind of a reddish, greenish looking color, pretty low, but it wasn't quite as spectacular as everybody else has been seeing there down here in West Virginia. But Jeff, I've been in a new venture. I've been building Hartley transmitters and running them on 80 meters there and having a gang of fun there with it. Made about 26 contacts so far and got them logged and stuff there. So that's about what I've been doing down here. So I'm going to send it back to you there, Jeff, because I know the conditions are terrible, terrible. KB8UGP at wild, wonderful West Virginia. Back to you.
Yeah, Gary, you're actually quite readable here, but again, it was remarkable. I was switching between the transmit antenna and my active antennas, and the signals are clearly arriving here at low angles where these active antennas work best. You were really, really noisy on the loop antenna. That's that big 600-foot loop is what you're listening to on transmit. However, on receive, on the active, this antenna that I'm going to play back to, which is also feeding the live stream at NJ2US.net, is absolutely working unbelievable today. And this is what you sound like on that. This antenna is 3 feet off the ground. Here you go.
There last night there. I was out there at 1 o'clock this morning.
So that's quite telling as far as what propagation can do that close to the ground. Gary, good luck with those Hartley transmitters. I've heard of your adventures there on 80 meters. I hope you have fun with it. Congratulations and keep on trucking, brother. KB8UGP NJ2US 73, Gary.
73, Jeff. Have a good day. KB8UGP.
All righty, that's Gary in Shinston, West Virginia. Next up, Mike, Kilo Bravo 8, Kilo Mike Charlie. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Mike here. I'm located just outside of Cleveland, Ohio, and strong signal here, 20-25 over, even with crummy conditions. I couldn't hear the other station at all, so it was kind of weird to hear them so strong when you played the recording back.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It does catch people by surprise. Not surprised at that, Mike. It's just the way I have the station set up. I never use my transmit antenna for receive. It never performs as well Everybody raves about having it's a 600-foot horizontal loop shaped like a pentagon, and you would think it would be a super receive, but all it does is, it'll hear signals, don't get me wrong, but it also pick up an equal amount of noise, because it's so broadbanded. So it's receiving noise from the entire RF spectrum. So those loops aren't as quiet as some people say. Sometimes a resonant dipole, half-wave dipole, is a little bit quieter because it's only resonant on its fundamental and every third multiple of a frequency, so that does tend to reduce noise by 30% at times. So there's some math involved there, Mike. But thank you so very much. And if you want to hear what that sounds like, if you go to not my QRZ page, but my streaming page, NJ2US.net, that's a very clean page. There's no advertisements on there, by the way. That's a private server. Don't have to click like or subscribe anything, and nothing will track you. NJ2US.net, you'll see 2 streaming services there, YouTube and a low latency server. The YouTube, you can play back every ECARS session going back almost 5 years, so that archives on YouTube. And then the low latency server doesn't archive, but it's within 1/2 second of real time of a live transmission. So you'll see how everything sounds. And again, everything you listen to there, if you scroll down to the bottom of that page, you'll see a picture of the ASI loop, which is the low noise active antenna that sits 3 feet off the ground. And that's exactly what those receivers are listening to. You might find that fascinating. Of course, when I transmit, you'll see my banging signal in there. By the way, when I transmit, there's a TR switch. When I transmit, it disconnects the antenna off of the receiver, so I'm not blowing anything up. And I'm still putting about a 40 over signal into those receivers, but that's fine. The receiver will handle that quite well. But like I said, when I transmit, a switch disconnects the receive antennas and puts them on a 50 ohm load. Take care, Mike, and hope you get to check out the streams and to see the comparisons. KB8, KMC, NJ2US. Have a good day, Mike.
Thanks for letting me join you guys. Take care. KB8 KMC.
All right, it's been a while since we chatted. Last time, Mike, you and I worked right here on 7255. You're not going to believe this, but it was November 2016, man. Can you believe that?
I believe it. Yeah, I don't get in here very often. I've checked in with some other net controls, but it's I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's crazy. And like I said, like you observed, and many have, the band today is absolutely horrible due to the CME. Clear with KB8M, KMC, got a couple more stations waiting in the wings, but let me get the guy whose call sign I copied 100% with a good 5.9 signal. N2 Lima, Quebec Hotel. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, good. I guess good afternoon. Yeah, the signal is a little rough today. I'm watching on the YouTube stream and appreciate the explanation of your receive antenna there. I was actually thinking about doing a giant loop like that as well, just looking at a beverage antenna transformer, I guess it is, at CS Engineering before the call. I won't keep you because I know you're at the end of the net, but thanks for letting me check in. You're a solid copy here, but barely moving to S here, but I can make you out of the noise, and hopefully we'll get some better conditions here in the next few days. Anyway, N2US back to net control, NJ2US.
Hey, thanks, Terry. Yeah, check out those antennas. Yeah, I should have mentioned, I actually have two separate receive antenna systems here that I can switch back and forth between them at will. Actually, I can also switch over to see what things sound like on the loop antenna, but I have that ASI loop low noise antenna. That's in my left ear. It's going to freak people out. In my right ear, I'm listening to my beverages. So I get a weird kind of a biological a mixing of the signals, and you kind of float back and forth between the left and right side of my head here, and I can hear both antennas. Sometimes the beverage hears you better, sometimes the low noise hears you better, and that's what I hear in my headphones. It's kind of like it's kind of a organic diversity is what I refer to it as. Organic diversity is I'm listening left and right ear to two different antenna systems on two different receivers, by the way. And here's what you sound like, and this signal's coming from the beverage on this particular transmission. This is the beverage.
Anyway, N2US back to net control.
And like I said, when I switch to the loop, you're down in the noise, Terry, but you're absolutely incredibly Q5 copy on that beverage. Over.
Beautiful. Glad to hear it. I guess, I'm in Tabernacle. We're probably 50 miles away. This is ground wave communication, would you say?
don't think so. I think it's one Skywave bounce, Terry, would be my best guess.
Roger. Well, I'm glad I'm making it down there. And like I said, have a great day.
You bet. 73, Terry. Pleasure hearing you. And you got to tell me when you finally run into Chaz, K2BU. Take care, Terry.
Will do. 73.
All right. Now, let me see here. Let me try. This may have been the same station, just probably didn't hear it correctly. But who's the Whiskey 2? Are there any Whiskey 2s wishing to check in? All right, how about a Whiskey 3? This is tricky. I would bet that I hear somebody, but there's also a very distinct possibility because as I switch the beverage through the northeast position, I am definitely picking up Radio China. It's booming in here with programming that's right at the noise floor, but I see their carrier on the pan adapter. So I don't know if I'm listening to programming from Radio China or if there is a station checking in. So what I'm going to do is just take another list of check-ins. If there is a station trying to answer back, go ahead and try again, and maybe we'll see if I got a relay, because right now everybody's going to start to compete with Radio China. All right, anybody anywhere for ECARS? November Juliet 2 uniforms here.
Victor Echo 3, Hotel Alpha Bravo.
Yankee. Kilo Bravo 1, Hotel Romeo Lima.
And the more I analyze these received signals, I think what I'm hearing is voice programming from Radio China. They're floating in there low on the S meter, but the signal is propagating. And I have KB1HRL, Tom, stand by. First up, Ron will say hello to you, VE3 Hotel Alpha Bravo.
Good afternoon. Sounding good. The band is all over the place, anywhere from a 5.8 to 20 over 9, but that CME has got everything wiped right out. Just wanted to jump in and say good afternoon and carry along. I'll be listening along. V3HAB.
Yeah, sounding good, Ron. Super audio, too, by the way. Good full audio. And is that are you on your 7600?
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, the 7600 with the Heil PR781.
Let me tell you something about that 781 microphone. I've been a great fan of it. I haven't bought one yet. I do marvel at how well they sound. And to be totally honest, Ron, I think they sound better than Heil's PR40. So congratulations. And I'll tell you what, that 781 hits the ICOM audio input just really marvelous.
That's good to hear then. I like those kind of compliments. Thank you very much. You sound great yourself. Alrighty, I heard a couple other stations in there calling you, so I'll let you make them contacts and try to pull them out of the bad condition. 7-3.
All right, Ron, and just for everybody's benefit, this is what Ron sounds like at my station here in Cape May County, South Jersey.
Good to hear then. I like those kind of compliments. Thank you very much. You said
73 to Ron, VE3 Hotel Alpha Bravo. He's in Ontario. Brings me to Tom with a also equally very nice sounding signal, KB1HRL. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, good afternoon, Jeff. You're sounding good up here today. I know earlier today I was listening to the net there, and it wasn't going so well, but you're sounding good anyway. And I just got back from a little bird hunting trip there, and got my exercise. So I figured I'd turn the radio on, and I heard a familiar voice. Over.
You bet, Tom. Familiar voice indeed, and it's a pleasure to get you. You sound as good as Ron did up there. Very nice audio, Tom. Member number 10524, and I'm looking at you on our lifetime roster. Thank you so much for that. And 59 signal from the Commonwealth this afternoon, Tom. Any other traffic?
No. It's I'll let you get to somebody else there. Time's a wasting. So 7-3 for now. Take care. Kilo Bravo 1, Hotel Romeo Lima.
Well, certainly appreciate your membership in ECARS and doubly appreciate your checking in with me this afternoon here as I fill in for Steve, K1FRC. He pulled the double duty. He was working earlier and had some challenging conditions, and then he couldn't make the 1 p.m. shift, so I'm filling in him. And I also filled in for Bill, WA2DVU, so I've been here since noon. And so we're okay. We'll keep ECARS going. We're just going to run a few more minutes here, and I'm not going to try to bump up against our 13:30 deadline. We'll get out a little bit early.
But we will listen for a couple more check-ins. We have time. Anybody else for ECARS, November Juliet 2 uniforms here?
Recheck.
All right, there's definitely another station here that's not Radio China, but who's the recheck?
VE3IFT, just to let you know the band's changing. You're 20 over 9.
Yeah, man, you're up there too. You're up there too at a crazy 10 to 15 over S9, so it definitely worked out in our favor.
Well, thank God something's changed today because it certainly was dead earlier. Anyhow, just to let you know you're doing well, Jeff. No problem at all.
Thanks, Keith. I appreciate it, and good to hear you. Thanks for the recheck, and that's a good signal report. VE3IFT, NJ2US. All right, I need some relay stations. Heads up. Maybe you'll hear this, maybe not. There is a station trying to check in. Go ahead and try it again. Listen, please, gentlemen, let me exercise a little bit of an honor system here. I'm going to be listening for a specific station that has already tried to check in. So if you're just showing up for the first time and attempting to make your first transmission, I would ask that you just be patient. Don't make that transmission because I want to try to hear the guy that's been trying. So that station that's been trying to check in, I don't have any clue what your call is. Just try it again on the honor system, NJ2US. Actually got it that time, and I think what helped, I think you got up on the microphone and increased your average power output, if I had to guess. And it sounded like Walt, Whiskey 3 Fox November Zulu. Walt, go ahead.
Correct, that's correct, Walt. You know what, it's the microphone. I can see it's not getting out of those two. This is stopping me a little bit anyway.
Yeah, let's emphasize a little bit anyway. Part of the problem, Walt, is your audio is got a slight bit of what I would think is RF on the audio, so it's causing a bit of distortion. And your audio is kind of really bassy. You don't have a lot of treble in there, so that's making it a challenge. Either your QRP, you're running maybe one of the little Chinese radios. Say the rig again. What is your rig? Actually didn't help. It was actually better with the mic gain up because although you have distortion, your average power increased, and that's helping your signal. How much power are you running? 85. Okay, I'm quite surprised. And what is the rig? What is the rig? Your transceiver, over? Did you say an ICOM 746? Okay, I kind of suspect, maybe a loose ground wire in the microphone because there is noticeable distortion and what could be RF interference, Walt. But I'm hearing you. I mean, if we had to exchange emergency information, we would pull that off, over.
I know what it is. It's the microphone to be doing.
All right, Walt, very good. And first time in my logbook, by the way, I'm down in Cape May. You're in Stroudsburg. I've been through there a few times, just over that Delaware River. The Pocono region of northeast Pennsylvania. Walt, thanks for stopping by. I'm down in Cape May County in the Pine Barrens of South Jersey in Cape May. Take care. W3 Fox November Zulu on an old 746. And let's see, we got time for one or two more check-ins. Anybody anywhere? November Juliet 2 uniforms here.
Whiskey Alpha 3, Yankees Hotel.
Let me just pick these off one at a time. There was a bunch of you, but let me just pick them off one at a time. Whiskey Alpha 3, Hotel. Complete that call.
Whiskey Alpha 3, Yankee Hotel.
All right, let's see. That's another first-time check-in for me. Randy from Greenfield, New Hampshire. Great to have you in here. Are you familiar with ECARS? You probably are, but it's the first time in my logbook. Go ahead.
Yes, we are. Not our first time. And great being down in the Pine Barrens. Used to go canoeing through there all the time.
Very nice indeed, Randy. Well, I'm surprised I haven't worked yet. I've been around since 1971. I guess it's just remarkable timing that I haven't bumped into you before. Well, it's nice to finally meet you here on ECARS. My name is Jeff, and I'm actually in the little borough of Woodbine, population of 2,000, so we're nestled deep here in the Pine Barrens. You going to come down and visit again sometime?
Oh, boy. We're educated at Drexel and University of Pennsylvania, and after I got out of that area, I've never been back. And I know where Woodbine is, so you know where the Wading River is. Probably the same canoe rental places are still there. Your signal is 59+5. Very strong signal into south central New Hampshire.
Oh, that's great. And thank you so much for that report, Randy. And, well, at least you paid a visit for us. And look, I don't know if I blame anybody for not coming back to New Jersey unless you happen to have to pass through on the turnpike or something like that. There's really not a lot to come back here for or to come here to stay for. But then again, you're in New Hampshire, so I suspect similar conditions there. I don't know. It's a feature, not a bug of the Northeast. Randy, thanks a lot for checking in, and I appreciate the report, and you have a great day.
You too, 7-3.
All righty, clear with Randy up in Greenfield, New Hampshire, WA3 Yankee Hotel. Still taking these one at a time. Let's see who else I can hear. Any other check-in?
2, Bravo, Uniform Delta.
There was a couple in there, but buddy, you just came booming through. 59+, W2BUD, NJ2US. How you doing?
Hey, Jeff, yeah, I'm not sure the temperature, but it's overcast up here in Enfield, and I just want to thanks for being in control. And there was somebody behind me, so I'm going to let him go to you, Jeff. 73, take care.
All right, take care, buddy. Appreciate it. 20809, lifetime member. Have a great day. Good signal from Enfield, and thanks for being a regular. All right, listen, for one more check-in, then I'm going to close ECARS down. We have a hard stop coming up, and I don't want to run up against it. I just want to get out of here. One more check-in.
Let me get, there was a couple of you in there. Thank you, fellas. I appreciate your patience. I'm just going to grab one and close this down. I think it was Rich, KC2 Charlie Zulu Kilo. Go ahead. You bet, Rich. Thanks for being a lifetime member. I see you there at 20684 in New York. And what's amazing is I would normally use my northeast-facing beverage for your part in New York, but when I switch to that beverage, Radio China comes roaring in from overseas. So I'm listening to you on the West beverage. Your signal goes down, but you're not getting cut off by Radio China. So a little bit of antenna steering here to maximize the contact. 73, Rich, appreciate you being there. Good to hear you. We last chatted in May. So near Syracuse, and thank you so very much. And that's going to wrap things up for ECARS on this broadcast day, although it's two-way, so it's not really a broadcast, because we're going to relinquish 7255 to our dear friends over in the Central States Traffic Net. They're going to start their net on 7253.5. That's just 1.5 kilohertz below us, so you can see why we have this arrangement. I would ask, please, fellas, if you would keep this frequency clear, and that would be to facilitate the Central States Traffic Net from being able to conduct their business, which you'll hear them 1.5 kilohertz down below here. So try not to transmit. I would really appreciate if you keep 7255 clear. You will hear them chime in at precisely 1:30 Eastern Time. If that ECARS will return tomorrow morning at 07:30 Eastern, right on 7255. Again, very poor conditions today. It's not your radio. It's not your antenna. Give it a couple of days for the band to clear up and things should start to sound normal again. This is November Juliet 2 Uniform Sierra in Cape May County, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, out.
1, North Carolina. Roger, Roger. Thanks for the 5-9. I appreciate it. I'll stand by for Tim. Roger, Roger. So guys, I got you guys about a 1-1 here, 1-1. So, hey, have a good activation. Talk to you later.
Oh, well. Frank, Harsh, Pennsylvania. QRZ.
Okay.